Excellent.
It is. Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield, Hyde, members of the Commission, Director Colbert. For the record, I'm Derek Broman. I'm the Game Program Manager for ODFW. I and my colleague here are here to present the 2026 to 2028 fur bearer regulations. This, like many of our programs in the game management section, are very rich in data and information, which you can see in the packet. But today's presentation will primarily focus on some specific topics of interest and our staff proposals. So with that, I'll keep it short and hand it off to my colleague, Sam.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Samantha Fino, and I'm the Carnivore and Fur Bearer Coordinator for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Is this working okay?
Yeah.
More? Okay. So I'm going to start this presentation with a program overview and then go into some details on general regulations and species-specific regulation changes that we're proposing. Perfect. So like all of our wildlife and fish populations, we manage populations for long-term health. A lot of our decisions or recommendations and proposals are informed by data. So whether that's harvest reporting, biological sampling, wide surveys or research, they inform on-the-ground action. And these action items may protect and restore habitat and or manage conflict and harvest. And the fur bearer program and fur bearer species are, of course, part of, follow that same template. There are several components that contribute and comprise the fur bearer program, and we're here for the regulations and harvest component. Harvest regulations ensure sustainable levels of pressure for healthy populations that can support that opportunity. However, the fur bearer program is much bigger than that. In addition to harvest data, which we collect through mandatory reporting, and I'll touch on that throughout this presentation, we also collect data in the form of research and surveys. So one that I'll highlight is here on the left, focused on one of our species of greatest conservation need. So the diversity and wildlife programs coordinate a long-term monitoring effort for Sierra Nevada red fox, which you can see, like I said, in that map on the left. This involved approximately 8 district offices, 38 staff members, over 228 volunteer hours through our NGO collaborations. And through this coordinated effort, we surveyed in 2025, 475 miles of trail and almost 100 10 by 10 square mile grid sails. So a very large effort that we here at headquarters and as a department are really proud of. And the result of this was we documented the first Sierra Nevada red fox sighting south of Crater Lake in the last 17 years. So a lot of progressive work. To save some time, I'll just mention on the right here some of our efforts that are statewide, are in coordination with other states in the West. So this upcoming winter, we will be implementing a wolverine survey to monitor their distribution and occupancy changes. And this is in coordination with 8 other Western states. One of the other components of the fur bearer program is education and outreach. This is both internal and external. In August, ODFW with the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies will be hosting a Trapping Matters workshop. This goes over ethics, BMPs, or best management practices, efficacy of tools with state and federal biologists. We create publications such as these, as you see on the screen, that are species specific and focus on coexistence. So on the left, you have an example of a flyer, and on the right is a multi-page document, again, describing in detail coexistence. Our district staff work with the public to field, navigate, and respond to damage, nuisance, and safety issues. We maintain a damage database where species-specific complaints are logged, and we also have wildlife control operator permitting system to support mitigating those types of issues. So these components, in conjunction with the regulations and harvest side of the fur bearer program, which we'll go into for the rest of the presentation, allow for the conservation and management of fur-bearing species. So now I will hop into some of our general as well as species-specific proposals. As part of our general regulations, we require mandatory reporting and check-ins. These ensure, thank you. These ensure ability to monitor and manage wildlife populations, and these data are available in your packet as well as online as a part of this commission meeting. The reporting provides harvest data on species, county, hunt type, and effort, and check-ins provide sex and age data, provide an opportunity for biological sampling as well as tagging. We also have components that integrate public interaction. We have a mandatory and free online trapper education and exam, which is necessary for fur takers to buy a license. We implement closures and rules that apply to specific contexts, one of which I'll describe on the next slide, which is intended to protect the ESA-listed coastal martin. We partner with OSP for the enforcement and compliance as far as for the regulation implementation piece. Importantly, a lot of our general regulations echo best management practices, which are species specific and go into detail on ethical tools for harvest based on their ecology and morphology. And we use newest science to inform regulation recommendations, such as the red fox moratorium from the last fur bearer regulation cycle. So our first proposal is to change the rule focused in or with the intention to protect coastal martin west of Interstate 5. This is a correction for accuracy and enforceability. The Siskiyou National Forest merged with the Rogue River National Forest to become the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. So this proposed change would integrate that accurate terminology. As a species of great interest to fur takers, we closely track bobcat populations and evaluate harvest to ensure it's sustainable. In addition to mandatory harvest reporting data, bobcat pelts must be checked in for tagging and a jaw is submitted from which we obtain a biological sample and age the tooth. This means that we have excellent biological information that complement the harvest data. As such, we have the ability to evaluate population demographics, such as the proportion of juveniles, females, and adult females, as well as average age at harvest. And all of this indicate that the population in Oregon is robust and healthy. Our harvest data also indicate that harvest is sustainable, as demonstrated in the trends with harvest and effort. Switching over to beaver, just to kind of zoom out. New commissioners, ODFW is one of a handful of states that has a beaver-specific management plan. So this is the Beaver Action Plan. It has 4 pillars for prioritization of needs and objectives. Those are data and science, habitat restoration, outreach and communication, and beaver management. The last is what we'll be talking more in detail on. That pillar has several sub-pillars or components. These are completing requirements for the Private Forest Accord as far as data collection and monitoring beaver conflict. We reported on this in September, but those data and that information is also in the commission packet with today's meeting. Expanding partnerships for collaboration and coexistence on public and private lands. Developing outreach for beaver coexistence strategies, and improving beaver harvest data collection and monitoring. As a reminder, new in 2022, we expanded our beaver harvest information to include key data fields such as watershed, ownership, water feature, and intent. As a result, we can evaluate potential impacts on the ecological benefits that beavers via damming provide with more specificity. This improvement of data collection allows for us to infer that harvest is low and has been consistently so, and importantly is not a limiting factor to the statewide beaver population. Focusing a little more temporally on a 3-year trend, we can see that harvest is stable and sustainable. We have less than 150 fur takers that target beaver, and as such, harvest is not representative of the population, but rather represents trapper effort and participation. If we focus beaver harvest by water feature, you can see, sorry, Derek, on that first row, that rivers, which are often not dammable, have the greatest proportion of total take as far as beaver harvest and has been consistent over time. A distant second are ditch and channels and streams or creeks, and these fluctuate depending on the year. If we explore harvest by land ownership, the majority of take of beaver occurs on private lands, followed by navigable waterways. Again, another water feature that is often not dammable. In fact, only 5 to 15% of beaver take occurs on public lands. Here is a map of statewide harvest by HUC 8 or watershed level from 2024 data. Most of the harvest, as you can see, occurs on the Willamette River down here in the Willamette Valley, which primarily is surrounded by private lands and aligns with valleys and human population centers and infrastructure. The vast majority of the state has little to no harvest, as you can see from those lighter yellow colors. So in conclusion of our beaver harvest data, we are finding that there is low statewide harvest. They are concentrated in a few areas of the state, limited distribution. Most of the harvest occurs on private land or navigable waters, and there is minimal harvest on public lands. This table on the left combines land ownership with water feature, starting from the greatest proportion of take and then declining in proportion. What you'll notice, which is not included in this table, is that many specific water features that occur on public lands, if you summed all of those total takes of those categories in combination, they equate to less than 6% of statewide beaver harvest. House Bill 3932 passed during the 2025 legislative session and was implemented on the 1st of this year. What it mandates is beaver harvest is closed on DEQ impaired waterways and watersheds that intersect, adjoin, or overlap public lands. DEQ impaired means category 4 or 5 specifically when regarding EPA water quality determination. So as such, our beaver harvest closure proposals today reflect implementation of this new law, and we were mandated to do this through the development of a map. This map is interactive and upon commission approval will be available on our website. To implement this law, we are required to publish this map every 2 years with updates by the DEQ. We developed this map with harvesters in mind to make sure that they have the tools to be compliant. In these screenshots of the map, blue are waterways, yellow are public lands, and red are the harvest closure areas where DEQ impaired waterways or watersheds overlap with public lands. In the right is a screen grab of the Willamette River. And as you can see for this particular navigable waterway, there's very little overlap with public lands. However, other areas are affected differently by House Bill 3932, such as in the map on the left, which is northeast of John Day, where the whole watershed is considered impaired by the DEQ and overlaps public land. So we are proposing to maintain or to adopt the affirmation map and its update every 2 years and to maintain beaver harvest reporting in current seasons. Importantly, though, we are also proposing to change river otter harvest to be open for the entire state. Previous fur bearer regulations had overlap of river otter harvest closures where there were beaver harvest closures. But after a lot of public input opposing the expansion of river otter closures, the recognition too that there is specificity in practice to focus on what fur takers are targeting. 3, acknowledging that the House bill was not specific for river otter. And then 4, after consulting OSP from an enforcement perspective, we believe it is not warranted to close areas to river otter harvest without biological reasoning. On top of that, if we retain the overlap of river otter and beaver closures, we risk losing river otter data through mandatory check-in. So our proposal is to decouple river otter harvest regulations with those of beaver, and by doing so, we would open river otter harvest to the entire state. Other species staff recommendations, we are proposing to maintain no harvest season closures for badger, porcupine, nutria, opossum, skunks, weasels, and coyote. We are proposing to maintain no open harvest seasons for fisher, ringtail, wolverine, kit fox, Canada lynx, and sea otter. And then we are proposing no changes to harvest seasons for bobcat, marten, muskrat, mink, raccoon, and foxes, and no changes to pursuit seasons for bobcat, gray fox, red fox, and raccoon.
That's like, what's the difference between no harvest and no open harvest on the top 2?
No, so the first one, top left, is no harvest season closure, so an open season. Nope, that's okay, yeah, and then the one on the left is no open harvest, so closed seasons. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Samantha. So I know we're going to have some public testimony because there's quite a few people in the room, but I just want to make sure the amendment is a new amendment from what you had previously submitted. And we try to do as clear as possible discussions with the user groups, both pro and con. Has this been, this proposed amendment been discussed with user groups, and what are they saying to you?
Yes. Let me get my notes here. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, members of the commission. Yes, we did consult with OTA, Oregon Trappers Association, and with OSP, Oregon State Police, on this change after receiving a lot of public input and testimony against or opposing the overlap of river otter closures with beaver harvest closures.
And what did they say?
I think they'll provide that in the testimony,
Okay.
but I believe OTA, and I don't want to speak for them, are in support of decoupling the two species and their harvest
The
regulations.
amendment.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Tremendous amount of detail there. And you went through it very quickly, which is great, but very clearly. But when you were talking about decoupling river otter from beaver, you've delineated a few reasons why you felt comfortable with that. My understanding is also that there is not really a strong amount of data that shows there's much incidental capture of beaver when folks are targeting river otter. Is that also true?
So we do not formally keep a database of incidental take. So I don't have any quantification of what that
Okay.
looks like. However, what fur takers are very good at targeting the species that they're intending to take, and there's a lot of tools or methods that they'll employ that focus more on river otter than it would for beaver, so minimizing that probability of incidental take.
Thank you.
And I think what we'll do, thank you both. It was great. And thank you for going quickly through it. We have a lot of people who want to testify. If people are inclined to take less than 3 minutes, that would be super appreciated. I'm just going to start through the people who would like to testify. Emily Sullivan, Andrew DeHart, and Fran Recht. So if Emily, you will come up and the other two are on.
Andrew is not online. Fran is.
Oh, okay. So we lost one. Okay. Then the next person is Suzanne Fouty, and I think Suzanne's in the room. So why don't we come up, and Emily, if you will start. Oh, wait. I get it. Fran, if you'll just wait a minute, I thought you, when she, no, you stay there. I thought that when she said you weren't online, it meant you weren't here at all. So go ahead, Emily.
Hi, so again, my name is Emily Sullivan, and I'm here representing Think Wild. So we are a wildlife hospital and conservation center based in Bend. And I'm here today just to speak on our behalf in support of rural language that fully implements the original intent of House Bill 3932. So through our BeaverWorks Oregon program, Think Wild works really closely with landowners, agencies, and communities across rural Oregon, so that we can work to restore riparian habitat, reduce conflicts with beavers, and support beaver-based restoration projects. We regularly work in Crook, Malheur, Klamath, Harney, and other rural counties in areas where beavers play a really important role in improving water stream resilience, and overall habitat quality. So the legislature passed House Bill 3932 to protect beavers on impaired public waterways because of the significant ecological benefits they provide, but also the substantial public investments that are being made in beaver-based restoration throughout Oregon. So as the commission considers the implementation, we just want to encourage you to ensure that the final rules and the language preserves the original intent of that law. So if trapping activities are permitted in, if trapping activities that are permitted in these waterways result in regular incidental take of beavers, then the conservation and restoration goals of House Bill 3932 could end up being undermined. So Think Wild recognizes that it's really important to have clear and workable regulations. However, any implementation framework really should prioritize maintaining the protections that the legislature intended in terms of beavers in these designated watersheds. So Oregon is investing significant resources in restoring habitat and encouraging beaver recovery. And so protecting beavers where they're needed the most is essential in ensuring that those investments actually do deliver long-term benefits for water quality, fish and wildlife habitat, drought resilience, and overall ecosystem health. Thank you for your time today.
Hello, Director Colbert, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, and other commissioners. My name is Andrew Dehart. I'm here testifying on behalf of Oregon Trappers Association. I am in support of the proposed fur bearer regulations brought forth by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as the decision to open otter trapping indefinitely in the state. Trappers are very competent in understanding the fur bearers that they pursue and the means in which they harvest those target species. I believe that along with enhanced education, best management practice, and current regulations, fur bearers will be managed for years to come in a safe and reasonable manner. I appreciate the department's time as well as all of your time for being here and holding this meeting. And thank you very much.
So quick question. Are you the representative speaking for the Trappers Association?
I am one of them. Yes, I am a board member with the Trappers
Okay, so do
Association.
you support the amendment that the,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
You want me to speak now?
Yes, please.
Oh, good.
Yes,
Good.
please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Afternoon, everyone. Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Colbert. This week, Governor Kotek added Wasco and Josephine counties to the state's drought emergency list, which now includes 19 of the state's 36 counties. Also this week, the Oregon Capital Chronicle reported that Oregon is breaking the most records for low stream flow in the Northwest region, and it's expected to get worse in Eastern Oregon and Southern Idaho during the next 4 months. And yesterday, the Capital Chronicle reported that Governor Kotek declared a state of emergency over wildfire risks. Oregon is hurting this year, but this isn't going to be a one-off. Longer, hotter, drier summers and falls are our future with climate change. It's easy to despair at what's happening to our water, to our agriculture, to our forests, and to our fish and wildlife. There's one thing, however, that we can and must do to build as much resiliency we can into our stream systems. We can put a moratorium on the hunting and trapping of beavers, a keystone species on public lands, for a few years to get the population up to robust numbers. This will allow them to occupy all the floodplain habitat there is, expand as many wetland areas that they can, that can provide buffers and refuge to animals and livestock during fires, and store more water on the landscape for longer. Streams on public lands, as you have seen in the image from my written testimony, are the source for a large majority of public drinking water in Oregon. The new closures enacted based on HB 3932 only deal with water quality limited streams, and whole areas of the state, including those in the driest areas, haven't even been assessed for water quality. Additionally, water quality limited streams have nothing to do with protecting healthy streams that need beavers to stay resilient. The power is in your hands today, commissioners, to get the trajectory going in the right direction, to curtail the one source of beaver mortality we can control, and to begin to rebuild beaver populations. You can stop the hunting of beaver and trapping until populations are robust again. There's limited trapping and hunting on public lands, as you have seen, and there are plenty of other animals available for hunters to hunt and trap in the interim. Trappers and hunters not only directly kill beavers, they reduce the ability of the population to expand, since they are killing both male and females during their breeding and pupping seasons. So the limited take has disproportionate impacts. I ask you to make a modified motion when you pass the hunting and trapping regulation. After the last words at the end of the provided motion, to set regulations and seasons for the harvest and pursuit of fur-bearing mammals, you would add, except that section 635-50-0070 would be modified to read as follows. All public lands and the waters that reside on them, flow through them, or have one side bounded by public lands and not currently closed under HB 3932 are hereby closed. All existing ODF and W closures are hereby incorporated into this closure. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Fran, and for all the information you submitted to us online as well. Let's go to Suzanne and then Story, and then we have Mary online.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Colbert, and members of the public. I'm Dr. Suzanne Foudy, and I live in Eastern Oregon. I'm a retired Forest Service hydrologist. Water and public lands and the contribution that beavers make towards stream systems and restoring them into fish and wildlife habitat has been a focus of mine for over 30 years. I have given you the staff, the public, and because I made extra copies of handouts that will directly apply to what I'm going to talk about. I've also submitted 2 PowerPoints online that will cover things that I can't cover in this written testimony. The first deals with the limitations of House Bill 3932, and the second one presents information that addresses questions of closure effectiveness, habitat availability, and why taking even a few beavers at this point in time is significant. This is my 4th time before the commission on this topic. The reasons have only continued to become more and more urgent. And with that, I direct you to the first handout. This is the drought map for June. As you can see, if it is the darker the color, it means the more severe drought. And what you see is that most of the state is in drought. However, if you go to the next page, what you will see is that this has been a problem throughout the last 6 years. We are in our 7th year of drought. As a result, it is imperative that we begin to get beaver dispersing on the landscape, finding the habitat where it exists, and building and creating the ponds. This leads me to the last map. This is the map that I had created with a colleague of mine. And this map here, if it is colored, it is public land. If it is purple, it reflects the House Bill 3932 closure related. If it is stippled or black line is existing ODF&W closures, they overlap. What I want you to know is how much orange there is on this map. Southeast Oregon gets almost nothing. And also what I want you to know is that on our national forest, there is this patchwork of purple and orange. So what we have here is this fragmented closure. One of the big problems with the House bill is that it ignores the fact that beavers move up and downstream, water flows downstream. I cannot stress, Fran gave a great thing, so I'm just going to say it. I support this expansion. It is really important at this point to expand the draft motion to close all public lands at this point, and then begin to strategically open them with maintaining effective habitat in mind. It's a minimal impact to the trapping community at this point in time, but it is a maximum impact on public lands. Do not be confused that just because the number that is taken on public land is only a few beavers, it is a major impact to public lands because those are breeding pairs, they are not dispersers. What I also just want to conclude with is these last 2 things before we go on. The biggest question has been, do closures work? The answer is yes. These represent the science, and I recommend that you take a look at the abstracts. The science is there. Please take the step we need at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne, and for the information. It's a lot. Thank you. The story, if you will go next, and then Mary online. And after that, Todd Atkins, Carl Berg, and Amy Patrick. Go ahead, Story.
Hello, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the Commission. My name is Story Warren. I am a Bend resident and Wildlife Program Manager with Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. We are a member of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition. On behalf of our members and supporters in Oregon, I want to express strong support for the implementation of HB 3932, the Beavers and Water Quality Bill, in the 2026 to 2028 fur bear regulations. This implementation will allow natural processes to occur that are critical to the restoration of Oregon's impaired waterways. However, we have significant concerns about the last-minute changes to river otter trapping. Oregon's waterways currently suffer from poor water quality due to high temperatures, sedimentation, and toxins. Beavers, as ecosystem engineers, play a vital role in addressing these issues. Their activities help slow water flow, restore impacted water tables and underground aquifers, create natural wetlands that filter toxins, and expand riparian wildlands for wildlife. Scientific evidence shows that beaver dam complexes can effectively address most water quality issues while providing these ecosystem services for free. Closing beaver hunting and trapping on public lands classified as impaired by the DEQ will allow beavers to perform their ecosystem functions without being trapped out while working to restore Oregon's thousands of miles of impaired waterways. It is important to note that the bill made accommodations for when stream quality is restored, as well as in cases where damage is occurring above the tolerance threshold on adjacent private lands and does not apply to private lands. With proper management emphasizing non-lethal conflict mitigation techniques and stewardship, Beavers can thrive and create resilient ecological systems that support rare and sensitive plants and animals, restore riparian corridors, and mitigate the effects of climate change. This will enable beavers to help restore Oregon's waterways and improve water quality. While we strongly support the implementation of HB 3932 and the fur bear regulations, we oppose the last-minute amendment that would open river otter trapping in areas that were previously closed. Previous closures accounted for the risk of incidental killing of beavers, and this amendment would undo a precedent that predated and had nothing to do with HB 3932. Instead of staying consistent with an existing rule around otter trapping and implementing the legislation, the amendment reverses the rule completely with no stated conservation goal or benefit. To reiterate, ODFW does not require fur takers to report incidental captures of beavers in traps set for otters in areas where trapping is open for both, so we don't know the rate of incidental capture. Additionally, the amendment was published only on July 23rd, giving the public very little time to review and no time to submit written comments before the deadline. We urge you to table the amendment opening river otter trapping statewide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Story. Mary, online? Thank you.
Mary has not entered the meeting room.
Okay, then we will go on to Todd Adkins, Carl Berg, Amy Patrick. If all three of you want to come up at the same time, that's great. And after that, it will be Jeremy, I believe it's Watson, but I'm not sure, Stan Steele and Jim Soares. See, go ahead, Todd.
Yep. Let's give it a try.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert. Real simple statement. There are a lot of folks who want to talk. I'm going to give them maximum time. Oregon Hunters Association supports the proposal as amended. That's simple. I've been a trapper my entire life. I've been trapping longer than I've been hunting. And when it comes to otters, you can target those very, very carefully, and bycatch is not an issue. So OHA fully supports and appreciates the agency's hard work on this issue.
Hi, Commissioners, Mary Wall, all the rest of you. Carl Berg, held an Oregon trapping license since 1973. I probably, if you ask Richard Green at the Wildlife Lab and Brian Wolfer used to tag my otters, I account for a significant amount of the harvest in the state in about 10 different counties in Oregon. And so I would just tell you, I'm very appreciative of staff coming up with a proposal to not include otter in this silly HB 3932 proposal where they can't build dams on the Willamette River that I primarily trap anyway. And so this would just added salt to the injury, so to speak, you know, if they also included otter there. So, and I will tell you that the way that I trap, I specifically target otter on toilets. I occasionally will catch otters in beaver sets, but it never happens the other way around. I can't remember ever having caught a beaver in a specific otter set that I made. And so I know that there's not going to be any issues. Brian Wolfer mentioned that we could still be liable for citations if we caught beavers in these closed off areas. Have no concern about it whatsoever. I know what I'm able to do, and I'm not going to have an issue with incidental catch of beaver. Thank you very much. Oh, one little thing. Ironically, I contributed otter carcasses to DEQ's study in the late 90s that was helping to do necropsy studies on otter to determine pollution levels in rivers in Oregon. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Amy, go ahead.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Amy Patrick, and I'm going to be speaking on this topic just for myself today. And I'm going to be speaking as somebody who participated in the beaver management work group that was done back in 2021. And specifically for our three commissioners who were not here at that time, I kind of just want to provide a look back over the last 6 years since the first request to ban beaver trapping on public land came before the commission. And that was a catalyst to begin the beaver management work group. That was a year-long process that we undertook. I served also on the 4-member subcommittee for that work group that was key in crafting the recommendations that came forward out of that. Those recommendations set the foundation for the Beaver Action Plan that we now have set up here with the agency. And I would just want to highlight the fact that in those recommendations, trapping was not found to be a key mortality factor in beaver populations. As we saw yesterday in the exceptional example of the paired watershed study that's been done on Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde's ranch, when we look at those beaver dam analogs, the question was asked, well, is there beaver here? Why isn't there beaver here? And the answer was habitat. And that's what we found to be the number one limiting factor for where beavers are and are not. And so I just want to remind, bring that back around because we had that really good example yesterday, being able to see that on the ground in that watershed. I also just want to mention that the agency has put a lot of effort in these last 6 years to attention to beaver. We saw in the House Bill 4134, the positions that are specific. There's one that's specific for the Beaver Action Plan. There's a lot being done for that species because the recognition of what they can do on the landscape when they have the habitat to thrive and be, of really good free use, basically, of improving the environment. In addition, Rep. Marsh has brought her 2 legislative concepts that have also worked very strongly for beavers as well. And so for me, it is just wanting to kind of take that 6-year walk back through all of the effort that has been done over the last few years. And then also just really thanking the commission for being respectful of what the data says, especially when we talk about closing opportunity. That is an undertaking that should be done on the back of a lot of data to go with that decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you. We'll thank you, all 3 of you, and we'll go to Jeremy Watson, Stan Steele, Jim Soares, and after that, Sean and Doug Nickel. So Jeremy, Stan, and Jim.
I'll go first.
No, quite.
Director, Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I'm Jeremy Watson. I'm the Vice President for the Oregon Trappers Association. We've worked on this very, very hard with the department. Going to Salem, for me, quite a journey, on occasion to talk about this, to go over the rules and ramifications and the possible bycatch, that's been brought up. And they have understood where we came from. Carl's testimony is 100% spot on. I'm not trying to steal his testimony, but he is 100% factual. And with our education process, working with the department's education process, anybody that's not understanding in that stuff, we can explain that, teach them, show them that there is not going to be a problem between river otters and beavers. One thing I would like to mention is there's 22 fish hatcheries in the state of Oregon.
32.
I took it upon myself to call most of them, and all of them, there's only a couple that haven't had any otter problems. I have been called many, many times. I've actually helped the department on some situations for otters, protecting endangered species. And most of those hatcheries have problems, and that's with the harvest that we have now, and they're still having problems. So, considering to take that away, it's going to be fairly detrimental to our fish hatcheries. These fish that are at these hatcheries, they're in ponds, they have nowhere to go. They're there. So that being said, if we reduced river otter harvest at all in the state of Oregon, it would be extremely drastically worse. And I'll stop there to save time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and saving time. Stan Steele.
So Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hyde, Commissioners, Director Colbert. This has been a task, hasn't it, the beaver industry? We've sat on beaver task force, not just once, but we've actually had them going back quite a while before where they were in a discussion on trap check intervals and others.
And we've all have one thing in common. We all love beaver. And we want them abundant across the landscape. But what all these work groups and all the data has shown is that regulated harvest is not having an impact on ecological services. That beaver caught off the main stem of Willamette, or even up some little creek, as long as it's regulated, has not been known or shown to have any impact that's going to have long-term negative impacts on habitat. So harvest is always what comes to mind. So we think we have to protect everything to protect something else instead of wisely managing both. So the decoupling of the otter regulation with the beaver closures makes scientific sense because truthfully, I've done a nationwide search with the leading otter researcher in the United States, Dr. Nathan Roberts, who actually is on the Off with FurTech advisory team. Also is an advisor to the IUCN and NatureServe. Not one single document, research paper can be found in the world that says by banning otter trapping, you help beaver populations. So if we're not making our decisions based on science, what would we be making them on? Ideology. That's kind of where we went with the beaver work group. We came out with what I thought was a fantastic plan for the department. I think it was the precursor to a lot of good things that are going with beaver in Oregon right now. But because certain people or organizations didn't get their way, didn't want to wait for the science to develop, because that's what we kept saying, give us the time, we'll show you that this is going to work. They took a very easy political route. I can talk here, I could talk for days and hours about this situation, but I can talk here to people who are interested in the situation. When we get to the legislature, there are people who are interested in getting to the next situation. Let's get this bill through. We've got a lot of other things that are going on. So you are our trustees. Legislators are our elected. There's quite a difference there, you know where I'm going, especially the way they look at this. Beaver are great. I would ask any one of you to ask us this question. Would we want to catch the last beaver out here, or catch the last otter, or kill the last bull elk? That would be counterintuitive to our values. So this is not an issue of whether we're harvesting too many, it's whether we're regulated. And the regulations sit in the hands of those people that we trust, the department. This was an exceptional example of an
Stan, if you could
outreach.
Wrap up, yeah.
Of an outreach on a very controversial issue by staff. Not unlike 117 POP. They reached out and there's a very minimal outcome. We appreciated time.
Thank you.
And I do have to editorialize just a minute.
Be really quick, Stan.
I'm going to
we
be
need
very
stop.
quick. I know we're on time slots. I know we have to have limitations. But it's tough when we're talking about losing something to put something into 2 minutes. Thank you. And I respect that, Chair.
Thank you, Jim.
You know,
You can use that one.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, and Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Jim Soares. I live in Wallowa, and I've spent over 20 years as an officer in the Oregon Trappers Association and have over 50 years of trapping experience. I'm opposed to closing otter trapping on lands closed to beaver trapping, and I'm opposed to closing beaver trapping on all public land. Having said that, I just want to say that we're in full support of staff recommendations on this. And I'm going to forego some of my testimony, but there's one thing I think that you commissioners need to hear. And that's about the year 2000, some of these old beaver trappers began telling me that beaver were declining in some areas. I mean, these men now deceased caught thousands of beaver. They knew beaver backwards and forwards. Knew the species probably better than anybody. I questioned why they declined, and this is what they told me. After World War II, logging was king and large areas were clear cut. They were cut without regard for streams and were cut down to the streams and up the other side. The regeneration initially was deciduous species, which was excellent forage for beavers. And the beavers took advantage of the new successional growth and flourished. In the 1970s, the environmental community gained power, and as a result, buffer strips were left along the streams. Good for the streams, but in the long run, bad for beaver. As time went on, conifers grew up along these old clear cuts, and they began to shade out the deciduous growth that was so precious to the beaver. And these beaver could no longer make a living as the deciduous species disappeared. I mean, and this is something that trapping doesn't have any effect on it, but it's the habitat. And this is one reason that we're losing beaver right now. And I just want to thank the Fish and Wildlife Department for their work on this. We appreciate it, and I'll close with that.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. And we will go to then Shane Byerly and Doug Nickel. And those are the last two. Shane.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair, Director, Commissioners, my name's Shane Byerly. I'm a lifelong Oregon resident. And I place a very high value on Oregon outdoors along with fishing, hunting, trapping. And I guess when you consider what was said today by various people, I ask that you look at the proven science behind the recommendations that were provided by ODFW staff when determining these fur bearer harvest regulations. And the beavers in Oregon are well protected by current regulations and Senate Bill 3932 and the Private Timber Accord, which gives them a huge sanctuary to live and prosper in. And in this day and age, very few people target them for harvest, and a lot of it's just due to damage complaints. In my opinion, we need to maintain a balance that is good for people while maintaining healthy populations of animals that prosper and remain free from disease. The fur bearer harvest regulations, seasons, and bag limits are regulated by wildlife professionals that have many years of experience in the field and many years of data as a basis for recommendations they make. In closing, I support the fur bearer regulations as presented and ask that you consider ODFW staff's recommendation and approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Go ahead.
So my name is Doug Nickel. I'm president of the Oregon Trappers Association. And since I'm the last one today, I'm going to be the quickest one today. So Oregon Trappers do support the way the fur bearer regulations are written, and have enjoyed working with Samfino and her group over the regulation changes, and appreciate our input being accepted on them. So I'll just agree to what everybody kind of else has said. So thank you for the opportunity.
Just to make sure, since you're the president, you're
Yes, sir.
speaking for the association, do you support the amendment?
We do, as an association, support the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
For waiting and for your work on this and that's the time.
I'll be real quick. Does the staff recommendation, including the amendment in attachment 3, implement House Bill 3932 in accordance with the details outlined in the statute? Who can answer that question?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, yes.
Okay, thank you.
For the record, Brian Wolfer, Wildlife Division Deputy Administrator.
I just have a couple comments to make. I found the data interesting again this year, like last year, where it appears like most of the beaver trapping is happening in the Willamette Valley corridor in a large river system. It's just interesting. I think we saw that last year. We might have saw that the year before. And so it's just important to note. I appreciate the data that you have. But I guess what I would like to say is the comments that we have heard today around habitat and how important habitat is for beavers to be successful are really where it's at. We learned that in hours and hours of meetings that we had between people in the conservation community that took it serious and stayed in those conversations for God only knows how long, over a year, and people that are interested in hunting and trapping that stayed in those conversations. And guess what? Those same people that developed relationships in the Beaver Working Group also helped drive us to the TLT outcome that we just saw last year. And I have to say that those relationships that were built across whatever we think is a divide in this state are what are actually getting real measurable dollars and staff on the ground today, as you saw in our budget process this morning, that will make a difference for beaver in Oregon. Hallelujah. Right? So we're getting after it and we're getting it done. Having said that, I support the staff's, amendment here, and I hope we all continue to focus on uplifting habitat in Oregon so that we have healthy beavers, we have healthy mule deer, we have healthy Vesper sparrows, we have healthy all of it. Thanks.
Somebody just speak to that. They said it would be good to get the information if there is incidental take.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert. We do not have an incidental take database because incidental take is so minimal. There's just not a lot of it happening. We can't record it in a way that would provide anything substantial. Fur takers do report incidental take to OSP, in which point it's up to OSP to provide the enforcement upon their discretion. Yes.
Yeah, and if I may add, Chair Wall, when you have concurrent open seasons, then that, incidental take would get reported as harvest under that season. There are laws in Oregon that are, in statute that a person's prohibited from wasting the pelt of a fur bearer. And so if a person were to have a incidental capture and it's a closed season for that animal, then they are going to need to report that and turn that over or risk having additional penalties levied on them. And so with what we're talking about here and, otter being open where beaver's closed, when we talk about incidental take a beaver, just to be clear, that would still be a violation of the wildlife laws to kill that beaver. And then if a person chose to try to hide that and resulted in the waste of the beaver, then there would be, some additional potential penalties there. So there's a lot of incentive to be forthright if that were to occur.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend Oregon Administrative Rule 635, Division 6, Division 050 as proposed by staff and shown in Attachment 4, including the changes shown in Addendum 1. Second.
Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Modal,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Today is, much like what Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde said, we are putting such an emphasis on beaver in this state right now and putting money into it and resources to thought and getting the habitat outcomes. I don't want to mess that up.
And so I am supporting this one, and especially I am supporting what we talked about in the budget, where we're really putting great effort into this work. So thank you, and that's where I'm ending up. Passes, and we will move on to Exhibit D. So could we have staff come up who will talk to us about 2026 coastal fall salmon angling seasons? Here we go.
Here we go.
Who's leading off? Are you? Okay.
Nice. We're after it. We're working on it.
We're going. Okay, I think you can go right ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde.
Yes, I'm sorry, just a second. Just so folks know, we're gonna, if you could just keep the conversations down a little, because we'd like to keep going. Try again, Kathy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, Director Colbert, and for the record, I'm Cassie Lehman. I'm a salmon fisheries analyst in ODFW's Ocean Salmon and Columbia River program. And today we are presenting the proposed angling regulations for the 2026 Oregon coastal wild salmon seasons and associated rule changes. Oh.
Yeah.
This slide I'm speaking to isn't too complicated, so I'll just talk it through. Oh, perfect. The rule revisions we've outlined in attachment 3 fall into 2 main categories. First, revisions to existing permanent rules specifying regulations for wild fall Chinook fisheries in coastal rivers. These permanent rules are revised as needed annually based on a review of prior year's returns and forecasts for the upcoming year. Second, we are proposing rules that would set regulations in basins that meet management criteria to implement wild coho fisheries. These fisheries are closed unless specifically opened with a rule change. And then lastly, in attachment 3, you'll see substantial edits to the rule changes that are just organizational in nature. The restructuring of these rules is intended to improve clarity, consistency between management areas and within the printed sport fishing regulation book, and just to make it easier to update the rules in future years. And I'd like to note that there are other permanent rules for salmon fishing that apply to these fisheries that are printed in the sport fishing regulation book. These rules don't change on an annual basis like those in attachment 3. And what is proposed today is designed to go along with those regulation book rules. Now I'm going to hand it over to Chris, who will present the fall Chinook regulations.
I should turn that on. Thank you. Becky, always good. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde always gives me this a very helpful look. And I'm going to go over the 2026 proposals for coastal wild fall Chinook fisheries. So our coastal fall Chinook populations are generally productive and viable and support important bay and river fisheries. This is one of the few places in the state where the naturally produced populations are healthy enough to support a robust fishery. And over 75% of the fall Chinook harvested on the coast are naturally produced. And so this is really something to celebrate. The graph here shows trends in our overall spawner abundance for 16 Chinook populations from the Mechanicsburg River in the north to the Elk River in the south over the last 40 years. And the red line you see down there is the critical abundance threshold that was established in the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan. And I'm just showing this here that you can see over the last 4 decades. Over the last decade, we've seen runs at the high and low end of the spectrum. And we've seen a lot of variability in these populations if they dealt with a major El Nino event, several marine heat waves, and droughts. But these populations have shown resilience, generally shown resilience during this time. But there are concerning long-term trends in some of our populations, as well as more significant conservation concerns in 2 of our populations, those in the Coquille River and the Elk River. And we are taking many actions in those places to improve viability. So fisheries for wild fall Chinook in coastal rivers are guided by management frameworks in the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan, or CMP, for rivers from the Mechanicsburg River to the Elk River, and by the Rogue Fall Chinook Conservation Plan for our South Coast rivers from the Rogue to the Winchuck. The details of the plan frameworks are different, but both scale harvest to the health and abundance of the populations based on a thorough annual review of spawner abundance, harvest, and forecasts. And both frameworks are intended to simplify regulations to the extent possible. So in 2023, after several years implementing the CMP Wild Chinook Harvest Framework, which is a sliding scale approach, we conducted an assessment that indicated we needed to make some adjustments. Specifically, there were conservation issues in several populations. Freshwater harvest rates were increasing in some rivers, and changing environmental conditions were making forecast more uncertain in these rivers. So as a result, we made several important changes to that sliding scale framework, including managing at the population level, instead of by the multi-population strata that were in the original plan, generally reducing bag limits to avoid future closures, and implementing very protective bag limits in populations with conservation concerns. These changes were made in 2023 and then adopted as permanent rules in 2024. And since then, we've just made these annual adjustments to the permanent rules based on our annual review of escapement and forecasts. So this table shows the key information that goes into that annual CMP sliding scale analysis. You don't have to memorize all these numbers, but the idea here is that we take the previous year abundance and the current year forecast and their average to determine a sliding scale decision metric that I've highlighted here. And this metric is then compared to a critical abundance threshold or closure threshold to determine if the wild Chinook fishery is going to be open or closed. And that decision metric is also compared with past returns in that population to determine the bag limit. Bag limit options for each population are based on abundance and harvest rate trends, as well as the population size. The only population that fell below the critical abundance or closure threshold in 2026 was the Coquille. And that population has been below the critical abundance threshold and has been closed to wild harvest since 2020. The Elk River population, good news, is back above the critical abundance threshold this year after falling below it for a couple of years. But harvest will remain closed in the Elk River for wild fish, as it has been since 2020, as a precautionary measure, and also to help maintain PHOS below plan limits. So all other populations are well above the closure threshold, and improved returns and forecasts in several populations will allow greater fishing opportunity in 2026 compared to last year. This is a similar table for populations covered by the Rogue Fall Chinook Conservation Plan, which has a similar decision metric that takes into account recent returns and the forecast for the current year. And in this case, it's called a conservation status threshold, which is different than our CMP critical abundance threshold, but again would trigger reductions in harvest if we were below that level. And all the populations are well above that conservation status threshold for 2026. So I know I'm going through this fast, but hopefully that's
That's
okay
okay.
with
We'll
our
have
time frame.
questions.
So with that background, I'm going to run through the proposed regulations for wildfall Chinook for 4 different areas of the coast. And it's important to note these regulations generally do not affect bag limits for hatchery Chinook. And there are fall Chinook hatchery programs in 10 of the populations I'm going to cover. So on the North Coast, we are proposing to increase bag limits in 3 of the 4 populations, the Nicanicum, Nehalem, and Tillamook, due to improved returns and forecasts. And in the Nestucca, we are proposing to lower the bag limit based on a relatively low return in 2025 and a low forecast for 2026. Otherwise, seasons on the North Coast are proposed to be the same as in 2025. On the Mid Coast, the only change from 2025 is an increased bag limit in the Siuslaw, where we've seen improving returns in recent years, following several years where we were really concerned about trends in this population. So this has been really good news in the Siuslaw. Also, another bright spot in the Umpqua, the outlook for 2026 is much improved compared to last year. And we are proposing to be back in the typical July through November season with 1 fish per day, 5 fish per season bag limit and no quota. Elsewhere in the Mid-South Coast, regulations will generally be the same as in 2025, with just a slight adjustment in the season when the Coquille would be open for hatchery Chinook. And this season aligns with the proposed wild coho season in the Coquille that you'll hear about later in our presentation. We are also proposing to maintain the 3 salmon bag limit that we had in the Coos last year. Only 2 of these fish may be a wild Chinook and only 1 may be a wild coho when that wild coho season is open. And finally, there are no proposed regulation changes for the Rogue and other South Coast rivers. So any changes you see in the proposed rules there are purely organizational. So now I'm going to pass it back to Cassie to talk about wild coho rate proposals.
Thank you, Chris. We will now transition to the proposals for wild coho salmon and share with you information to aid in adopting the rules and establish regulations for the 2026 seasons. To begin, the wild coho fisheries we're proposing today are targeting coho that are part of the Oregon Coast natural stock. After a population collapse of this stock in the 1990s, NOAA listed Oregon Coast coho as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. Following the listing, there was an unprecedented effort by the state to recover these coho, which was formalized under the Oregon Plan. As part of that plan, ODFW took several actions related to harvest, hatcheries, and habitat that have contributed to the recovery, as well as a world-class monitoring program that helps inform management and conservation efforts. I think you saw some of that in April during our commission tour. We've seen success with these recovery actions as the population has continued to rise since its listing, and we've been able to weather poor ocean conditions remarkably well as compared to the 1990s. As a result of these actions and their recent performance, NOAA has stated that the Oregon Coast coho are one of the closest listed salmonids to recovery. Since these fish are protected, we have multiple state and federal management plans to help guide fishing opportunity and the conservation and recovery of this stock. For harvesting these coho, a major rule we manage to is a maximum number of fish that can be taken from the population each year. The amount of the population that we can take is based off a federally approved methodology that is determined. The cumulative take of the stock would not act as an impediment to their recovery. Since these wild coho fisheries are targeting ESA listed salmon, these fishery proposals presented today are also submitted to NOAA Fisheries for their review, and they must concur with the proposal before they can be authorized. When developing fisheries for this year, we had a few major considerations that guided us to today's proposal. First, there are less Oregon Coast coho this year than last. The forecasted abundance is about 75% of last year, so we have less fish to work with, but it's still above the historic average. Additionally, these fisheries cannot exceed removing 30% of that total abundance, and each population must meet a spawning escapement criteria, which is also described as full seeding, for freshwater fisheries to occur.
For the analysis, the Umpqua and ALSI populations are anticipated to not meet the spawning escapement criteria. And since this criteria is a requirement for implementing a freshwater fishery, opening these fisheries is not a part of our proposal. With this information, fisheries were designed to still provide meaningful recreational opportunity while being precautionary in nature, as the total estimated mortality is below what's allowed, and the estimated escapement is higher than the escapement goals for each basin. The figure on the right in the slide helps demonstrate this. On the x-axis, we have all the basins with proposed fisheries. The y is the number of adult wild coho. Each bar describes the breakdown of how many fish are estimated to be taken from the ocean fisheries in the white, the top, from the freshwater fisheries we're discussing today in brown, and then the projected escapement in blue. You can see these fisheries, are conservative, as the fisheries are only taking a small portion of each basin's population. And moving to the actual proposals in the North Coast, the Nehalem, Tillamook, and Nestucca all have the same regulations and seasons where they will be open from September through October 28th, but only open on Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. The bag limit for these basins and all of the other basins proposed today is 1 wild coho per day and 3 wild coho per season, which is denoted as that 1/3. For the mid-north section of the coast, fisheries are proposed in the Siletz, Yaquina, Beaver Creek, and Siuslaw basins. The seasons are set for a range of dates that vary, but start as soon as September 19th and run through mid-October or into November. No, unlike the other basins, the Yaquina fishery will have 2 open periods with a break at the end of October. And we have this November time in both the Siletz and Yaquina, as it was proposed to be included in 2026 when we met with you then. For the mid-south portion of the coast, the Umpqua Basin would remain closed as it was in 2025. However, retention of hatchery coho will be allowed, and we anticipate a pretty good return this year for the hatchery coho. The Coos, Coquille will have fisheries opening on the 19th of September and both end in October 18th. And then the Flores Creek would be open for the month of November and December. And with that, I think we can take any questions.
Commissioners, we do have testimony, but let's have any questions you have now, and then we can go to testimony. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I received personally a lot of input on the LC closure. And through a lot, and I was, sent some reports. Anyway, it's kind of my understanding that the proposal to close the LC Basin coho season this fall was based on a seeding criteria developed in 1998. And it might not be a very good basis for managing the fishery, that it was based on old science and limited data. The one report I looked into there, the National Marine Fisheries 2009 Fisheries Management Evaluation Plan, found that the 1998 criteria was outdated, was flawed, and there was new, better data available. And it specified that it be updated, but that was never completed. And I guess I believe the criteria in the 1998 data, the one we're working under, was like for 15,100 spawners. Do you have any response to that?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink. The spawning or escapement criteria we have in the state's FMEP was developed in 2009, and we worked with the National Marine Fisheries Service to develop that plan, and they sort of have reviewed and agreed to use the criteria that's described in that plan as the guidelines for implementing a freshwater fishery. And it does include those seeding escapements from the late 90s when Amendment 13 of the Pacific Fishery Management Council was developed and OCN was listed. However, since we started some small fisheries in 2010 and for a few years there. That was the beginning of the use of the FMEP. And then we had a low population of coastal coho and did not have any fisheries. And in the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen a really tremendous kind of increase in population, and seeing what fisheries we can provide during these more recent times is showing us what works within the FMEP and what doesn't work, and agree that that data is outdated and could be revisited.
But the criteria for full seeding, most available habitat in a river basin is like 42 spawning adults per mile. Did you find out accuracy on that? But that's what I was told.
I think the seeding criteria and spawner per mile, I think, can get a little tricky when comparing basin to basin, and it's more specific to each basin and the available high quality habitat versus just all habitat that is available to spawn in. And so I can't speak to that exact number at this time.
15,100 criteria for the LC basin based on 221 miles of available habitat would be 68 waters per mile. So you can see it kind of looks on the surface like I think the LC is being fully seeded. It's just we're working on some old data that hasn't been outdated as it was specified to be updated by back in 2009. Anyway, that's we'll go and listen to some testimony, but that's some of the information I received.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have a quick question, and I think this is to you, Chris, because it was the stuff you were talking about. And then we can go to testimony. I think I'm reading things backwards, but I want to find out, because on the Umpqua, I look at it and it says that I'm looking at page 3 and 4 of the staff report, and it's the charts about the escapement that we had in 2025. And I'm just for this second looking at Umpqua, and it's 13,244 in 2025. And this year it's forecast for about 9,500. So significantly down. But what I think you said is we're going to increase the bag limit, and so we're going up to 1 in 5. So am I reading this backwards?
Chair Wall, this is a really good question, and it is confusing because you have this difference between the forecast and what you actually see on the spawning ground. So in 2024, we saw the lowest return to the Umpqua we had seen since the 1980s. Subsequently, we had a forecast for 2025 that was also low, and you remember that we had put in a very restricted fishery. Subsequent to that, we saw a much higher return than we had expected. That's that 13,000 fish number that you see there. This was the number of fish that we estimated made it to the spawning grounds. So we had a much stronger return. The forecast for 2026 is lower than that number, but is still much higher than we were when we were making the decision about 2025. And so overall, we've just seen a much better return last year, and we're expecting a better return this year. And that's why we're able to open up that opportunity again.
Thank you. If I asked you this, almost the same question on several others, Nehalem and Tillamook, the forecast looked down, but we're increasing to 1 in 5. And then the Stucca is the reverse. The forecasts are up, but we're decreasing. And so it's in the South Coast, Hunter, Pistol River, Chetco, Winchuck, 3 of the 4 of those are down by more than 50%. And we're not changing. So just say a little bit more, if you will, because those seem really counterintuitive.
Oh, yes, Chair Wall, this is an excellent question. And this is, again, with those other basins that you're seeing, it's the same story as we saw with the Umpqua, where our 2026 or 2025 forecast was down, and we had seen poor returns in 2024 in some of those basins. Subsequently, we saw much better returns last year than we expected, and we're seeing better, even though this forecast might be lower than that number, it's still overall, we're expecting it's pushed us back up in that bag limit decision into a higher bag limit category. And we feel confident moving ahead with those bag limits because we did see those good returns last year. In the Rogue Fall Chinook plan, again, we take into account what we saw last year and what we're expecting to see this year. The forecast is something that we put a lot of effort into, and we do our very best with the forecasting, but the forecasting is uncertain. So having information about what came back last year is also really valuable when you're making these decisions. And so that's how the plans frameworks were designed, so that you weren't just focusing on the forecast, you were focusing on, okay, we saw a good return last year and we're seeing a good forecast for this year. And so we're confident in moving ahead with this proposal. And so that's how the Rogue Falls Chinook Conservation Plan was set up. And it's worked really well in providing consistency in those bag limits over time. And we found that, even though those forecasts might look down, overall, we're seeing the populations performing in a framework where we're not below that conservation status threshold that would trigger those changes.
Okay. Now I have just one more follow-up question, staying right on the same theme. If we have the El Nino like we expect, and if it's a super El Nino, and if we're not so lucky that that somehow dumps a pile of rain and snow on us like we, in the last couple of days they've talked about, but acts like we expect El Ninos to happen, can we adjust in these seasons? If we get hit with El Nino impacts sort of on the bad side, can we adjust these as we see that happening or not?
Chair Wall, there's always an opportunity to make adjustments if we see something in the environment that tells us we need to take immediate action. So that is always on the table. I would say that
temporary rules.
and two temporary rules. I would also say that just from the perspective of the department, thinking about how El Ninos have unfolded in the past, is we've just now transitioned into an El Nino pattern this month. They're expecting it to strengthen over the next several months. And, with a forecast that does look like a very strong El Nino that would develop this fall and winter. So at that point is when those impacts are really going to start to be felt in our marine systems. And of course, they also translate in many cases into the freshwater side. As we see those impacts and we are tracking these things very closely, as we see those things happen, then we're going to be able to take appropriate action in the future because the life cycle of these fish, we kind of have seen this story before. And so we know what life stages are going to be affected, how that's going to affect the populations into the future. It's the same thing with the low flows we've seen this spring and summer in our coastal rivers. Again, we're keeping a really close eye on those things. We're going to be able to, and those things will all be taken into account as we develop our forecast for the future and look at returns and make decisions about fisheries next year, the year beyond that, and the year beyond that. And with these Chinook populations, we have 4 and 5-year-old fish returning. And so those things are going to play out over several years here.
So we'll be hearing about this fall probably and follow it.
Yeah, I mean, there will be, there's certainly in the past has been, serious repercussions of these El Nino events. And it does look like we're headed into another strong event.
Okay. Oh, there's one other question, and then we're going to go to testimony. We have 5 people.
Yeah, just time for a plug for our e-Creel and our electronic monitoring. That's one thing that will now, if we see a plummet in catch rates, we'll pick that up. And we can factor that in, so you'll see that.
Good point.
You don't have to wait till the end of the season to say it was a disaster. You'll pick it up right away.
I just want to have one question about.
Sure.
Sorry. I know we have public testimony. I just, the fishery makes me crazy. A desert gal, right? Where we were in that trough. So scary. And then we've come back up and now we've got this El Nino coming and we're gonna what do you think? Like if you were just looking in your crystal ball, and you look at the long-term trends and you're just wondering, what we want to see here in 2027 and 2028, like on the Coastal Falls Chinook, is we want to see them going back up to that, 2028, starting to spike back up. But if we have this El Nino now, are we going to just be like, what do you think? Can you?
I think that from my perspective, from the department's perspective, managing salmon is a dynamic process. They are always going up and down. And I think that, it is, and also you can't put the fish in the bank. They're going to be going up and spawning in their rivers. And so a decision you make now certainly has repercussions into the future. But if you feel like you can have a sustainable fishery this year that's not going to put the future in at risk, then it makes sense to go ahead with those fisheries. And that's what we've proposed here is bag limits and seasons that we think are kind of scaled to the risk that we have for these populations. And that's how these management frameworks were designed in these plans, so that we would be pulling back when we need to and making changes as these populations, as their abundance goes up and down. And I will say that, there's been some talk before about this, but we are also going to be revisiting these frameworks as we go into that coastal multi-species plan review process. And so we do feel like there's improvements we could make, and we're going to be reviewing the whole framework and thinking about it. And it's going to be a good time to do it because we are going to be potentially heading into some, another period of these El Nino conditions and, having more, having to potentially scale back or just think about how we approach these things. And one piece of that is also reviewing our forecasting techniques, which, we're never going to be able to get perfect, but there could be improvements. And we've seen, especially in some of these freshwater conditions in recent years, for example, in the Umpqua, where we see these really wild swings. And I think a lot of it's linked to kind of what these fish are experiencing in freshwater, because they're not necessarily tracking between basins. And so trying to pick up on that so we can be prepared when we have the big downturn, and vice versa, when there's going to be abundance and we can have fisheries, we're not unnecessarily constraining them. So it's a big challenge. I mean, I would say that is, how we're thinking about it.
Just one really quick follow-up on that would be just the low flow situation that we're seeing right now, Of course, it's so important to these coastal communities to be able to fish, but I'm concerned about how, and I'm not there, so I'm not looking at it like people who are there. But it just makes me concerned. That's all I'll say. I know you're worried too. As long as you're really worried, I'll go home.
Chair Walt, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, I think that those, concerns are well placed. And that is one thing we have done in the past, especially in these low flow years where the fish get kegged and they don't have an opportunity to move onto the spawning grounds. A lot of times if we have these low, really dry summers and then we don't get the fall rains, that can be a really situation. And we have places like the Sixes River where we've now put into permanent rule that we're going to be having this low flow closure. And in other places, we've done those through temp rules where we've been able to protect those fish when they're really kegged up and they're really vulnerable to fishermen. So that's something we will also need to just keep a close eye on.
It's temporary rules. Again, temporary rules.
Thank you. I think we're going to go to public testimony. Bob Buckman, Kurt Blaine in the room, and Scott Emmerman. And we'll have Paul Engelmeyer and Stan Steele. So Bob, if you are on the line, go ahead. Bob, if you're on the line, go ahead. Bob Buckman. Yep, please. Bob? Let's go to Kirk. Yes, and we'll come back to you, Bob. Go ahead, Kirk.
Hello again, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Colbert. Thanks for the record. My name is Kirk Blaine. I'm the Senior Program Manager for Wild Fish at the Wild Salmon Center. I live in Roseburg. As I mentioned in my testimony earlier today, Wild Salmon Center is a nonprofit organization based in Oregon that focuses on protecting and conserving salmon strongholds where wild salmon populations are strong and diverse, where habitats are highly functioning and intact. I will submit more detailed testimony to the record, but I will have a few current concerns that I wanted to share with you today. First, Wild Salmon Center supports the sustainable harvest of Chinook salmon by tribal, commercial, and recreational fisheries across their range, not just in Oregon. These fisheries should be managed to provide equitable opportunities and conservation outcomes. 63% of Oregon Coast Chinook harvest occurs in British Columbia, Alaska, and Washington waters, with only 37% occurring here in Oregon. As negotiations continue on the Pacific Salmon Treaty for 2028, Oregon should advocate for a reduced harvest in mixed stock Oregon fisheries or mixed stock marine fisheries and increase opportunities for Oregon communities, tribes, anglers, and businesses. To support that effort, ODFW should develop population model tools that link the Pacific Salmon Treaty harvest levels with harvest opportunities here more locally in the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan to make sure that those two harvest rates are linked together. Second, Wild Salmon Center appreciates the collaborative efforts of ODFW, National Marine Fisheries Service, and other partners through the Oregon Coast Coho Partnership to recover Oregon Coast coho. The investments have contributed to improvements since the species was listed under the Endangered Species Act. While we support sustainable harvest opportunities for wild coho, we remain concerned that a 30% exploitation rate is too high for an ESA-listed species. Wild Salmon Center would like to partner with and support ODFW and National Marine Fisheries Service to revisit Amendment 13, similar to what Commissioner Spellbrink was just talking about, to see a more robust framework for harvest management moving forward. Harvest management is a critical component to achieve delisting and broad-scale recovery of Oregon Coast coho. Ensuring a conservation-minded approach will ensure escapement, support greater population diversity, productivity, and improve the long-term resilience of Oregon Coast coho in the face of a changing climate, warming ocean conditions, and other uncertainties that we're seeing today. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to testify both now and earlier today. So.
Thank you, Kirk. Appreciate it. Bob Buckman. Thank you, Kirk. Is he there?
Bob is online, but he isn't unmuted.
Okay,
I can't.
then let's go to Scott Ammerman. Scott?
Director Kohlberg and the commissioners, hopefully you guys can hear me okay.
Yes.
I will say that Commissioner Hatfield Hyde asked us to come together, those of us, groups, and what was going on in the Umpqua. And I will say, you will see us come together on exactly what was just testified about the Pacific Salmon Treaty. We're all going to be here supporting it and trying to get ODF&W to have a much bigger impact on what happens up there. So I'm going to echo exactly what was just said by the other individual. I am going to say that we're asking for a more equal split in the coho impact. You can see that under Amendment 13, it's supposed to be a split between the river fishermen and the ocean fishermen. They are giving a much larger percentage to the ocean, but that season's already set, so we can't look at that today. We can only look at what happens in the rivers. I'm here to ask the commission to ask staff, like I did last year, to go to NOAA and ask them if there's enough fish to have a Alsea River fishery. If the commission asks your staff to go to NOAA, Bob Buckman's online. He is a past district bio who set that number on the Alsea, and he's supposed to be testifying why that number's too high. We talked to 2 other past district bios for that region and talked to our current biologist. Oregon Anglers Alliance also went and talked to NOAA. We went and talked to NOAA, and NOAA's assured us that if staff comes to NOAA, that they will okay a fishery. Both Courtney Hahn and Lance Kruzik told the Oregon Anglers Alliance that there is plenty of room to have an Alsea River coho fishery this year. So we are simply asking staff to go and, go through the process. We did the same thing last year. Staff went and talked to NOAA, and we got fisheries on 3 of our rivers. And you can see that escapement goals hit and all of that stuff. So, I hopefully you'll get to hear from Bob Buckman. I see he is online. He's been kind of online throughout the day, but hopefully he will testify as to why the number on the Alsea is much higher than what escapement should be. And you guys all went on a tour of the Mill Creek facility on the Siletz. And when you did, you saw that some years on the Siletz, Mill Creek has 200 spawning coho, and some years it has 2,000 spawning coho. But every year we have pretty much the same number of out-migrating smolts because we've reached the stream capacity for that river. And what I will assure you is that the Alsea is reaching the stream capacity for coho smolts. So we're just asking for a season. We'd like it to be set for 1 adult per day and 3 per year. And we would just like staff to ask NOAA if that's possible. And we have got assurances from NOAA that it will be done. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a super long day. I really appreciate all of you sitting here for 8+ hours already, so I'm going to quit.
Thank you, Scott. We'll try one more time for Bob Buckman. Is he unmuted yet?
And he is not. And I've been working with Paul this afternoon and we haven't been able to get him online.
Dan Steele, come on up while we try one more time later to get the two people that we aren't able to get off mute. 3 minutes is time.
All right, Dan, 3 minutes, buddy.
Come on.
It's awesome. Vice Chair. Commissioners. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, the LC is the situation that we just need to consider the FMP fish management plan. When I was the game warden there on the LC for my 25 years, and we had the Fall Creek Coho hatchery fishery. Some years we had 100 souls in that, and other years we had 22 to 25,000. And so now I can guarantee I can guarantee that the hatchery was full seed. In other words, return wasn't necessarily based upon full seeding stream. So one of my trap lines is actually down on one of the inventory streams. And I was seeing coho carcasses clearing the lake. And I was happy. Because that means that we are actually having a shoulder to run, early, middle, all the components are made. So guiding after retiring from OSP out was incredible. Incredible fisheries. But when we were over harvesting coho in the ocean up to 80%, they were going to collapse. They were going to collapse. So Amendment 13, which I'm a strong proponent, it's an allocation system. Most of the fish that were allocated now out of the amendment are from the Thunder River flows.
Put a thumbs up or something.
We cut our coastal hatcheries down.
So they know we're there.
Nothing. So the
There's a
fish
lot of
we're working on, for fish coming out of the system. That's a drop-off rate. So the allocation, stay within the 30 percentile, which we're allowed now, is mostly going to ocean harvest to enable hatchery coho out of the Columbia Forest Parks. That's a fact. So that's something we just have to work into. And so then that allocation, what we're left with is basically what we call the for inlet.
What do this is more options there
The
now.
amendment says to first
You're right.
fisheries on OCNs, Oregon coastal networks, to be considered are on inland basins. That's in the amendment. You know why they're not? Well, you asked that. So I looked and found that.
It says
No.
turn camera on, right there.
This is where I live.
Shift.
My cabin is
So-
on the LC. The boat landing's 20 feet off my deck.
Control shift what?
Just says
It is
shift.
hard to get in
Oh.
something into the weeds as quick. But all we have to do is ask NOAA. Does the LC River qualify under Amendment 13 to have a season similar to the 2025 season in 2026? And I can tell you what the answer is. Thank you.
Okay, Buckman is, yeah.
Buckman?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Chair Wall, other commissioners, Director Colbert, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My background, I was a district biologist for ODFW in Newport. And I was a lead author when we developed the management plan in 2009 for these coastal wild coho fisheries, the plan to get ESA sanction. And generally speaking, I look at what they have now in 2026. I think it is conservative harvest that is very sustainable. That's exactly what we were looking for. And I am very supportive of that as proposed by the staff, with the exception of the Alsea River. The reason I have concern with the Alsea is because it is proposed for shutdown singularly because of a number in a 1998 habitat model, which is severely obsolete and fatally flawed. It does not have scientific credibility in determining status of LC coho or seeding levels. And I've talked to numerous ODFW staff. They're in concurrence with that, Chris Lorian in particular, recently. And going along with that, since the 1990s, we have developed a very strong database on coastal coho. They have extensive surveys of adults, smolts to adults, information collected specifically to manage these fisheries and do it in a strong, credible way. What that information says for the LC is it is at full seeding. It is very sustainable with the forecast spawner abundance this coming year of 12,200 after a fishery like last year. It will be fully seeded. It has fairly consistently been fully seeded for the last 20 years based on very strong direct data. Similar, the LC in all biological ways that we can measure with direct data is the same as the Siuslaw, the Yaquina, the Siletz, other mid-coast rivers where fisheries are proposed the same as last year. So I think as far as FMEP goes, in that we tried to downplay this habitat model and emphasize this data collected over the last 30 years to manage these fisheries. We had provisions to revise it. That never got done. And looking at it now, I mean, it gets down to, will that 1998 criteria stand, or will we, will NOAA agreed to go with the best available science and approve this? And from my conversations with NOAA folks, I think if staff makes a case, they will approve it. And so
Bob,
given
if you
that,
could wrap up, please. Yes.
I'll
your
wrap
time's
up. Given
sorry.
that, I recommend you modify the option to approve an LC fishery and that you discontinue use of the 1998 habitat model in management of these fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry about the time limits. That is it on testimony because the other person, Paul Engelmeyer, is not online. So commissioners, any questions to staff if you'll come back up? And Chris, maybe while you're coming, as soon as you get here, you can, somebody just put words in your mouth so you can have a shot at saying yes or no.
Chair Wall, I did have several productive conversations with Bob Buckman about this, and Bob and I worked together for several years and have a lot of familiarity with these basins because I was also led some life cycle monitoring work in the LC for many years. I think I would agree with Bob's point that the full seeding values that were used in reference in the FMEP are outdated. I think that you can see that if you compare the recent returns, and Bob's comments that he submitted show a good example of that, how some of these basins, there's just really have similar amounts of coho habitat, but very different, basically thresholds that we're trying to reach. And so in one case, it's putting the bar very high, and another it's putting very low. And so those really need to be revisited. And really, I think that in general, we could update the FMEP to more reflect criteria that would be still provide the conservation contributing to recovery without having to use outdated values. So I think that's something that would be worthwhile to revisit. So I do agree with Bob's point on that.
If that's the case, why do we have the recommendation that we do?
We have the Chair Wall, we have the recommendation we do because right now we do have a guidance document that has very clearly lays out criteria, and we've gotten feedback from NOAA in response to last year's report that we submitted that, again, they were reiterating that these fisheries met the criteria, and so we are approving them. And so that's the kind of the feedback we received from NOAA that we made the plan and the proposal for this year's fishery based on that feedback.
Thank you. We have a question, Commissioner Morrison and then Commissioner Spellbrink.
Well, I appreciate this discussion. I guess my question is, even recognizing there might be some room to make some updates to the plan, generally those things don't happen overnight. So what would be the time frame that would be involved in trying to make that kind of an adjustment?
Thanks. Chair Wall, Commissioner Morrison, I might let Cassie take this one.
Thank you, Chris. There's some different pathways that we could take. I think the simplest solution for the problem or the discussion we're having now, which is directly that our state FMEP is causing some questions and some opportunity for improvement, is to revisit the FMEP and collaborate and work with NOAA Fisheries on an updated version. And we'll have to, have discussions with them and concurrence with them that a new modified FMEP would be suitable for maintaining our conservation and our management of this stock. I think that could be accomplished potentially in a year. I think there's a simpler kind of solution. It depends on how detailed we'd want to go down. A greater endeavor would be to update federal management plans, which would be much more challenging. And I think it would go beyond just the issue that we have. So I wouldn't recommend that for this.
So, well, just to clarify, that this adjustment, even if everyone here agrees that it's the right thing to do, can't be made in time for the next season.
Modifying the FMEP and working with NOAA to make an official changes does seem like that would be a very ambitious timeline to get this done before September. So I think that would be a little too short.
Cassie, if I could but if we wanted to go to NOAA on a short term for this year adjustment, could we do that quickly?
Chair Wall and Director Colbert, thank you. Yeah, we can continue our discussions with NIMS and share our concerns with the values within the FMEP and work with them to try and find opportunity to provide fisheries that still maintain the intent of the FMEP and their conservation and, maintaining, some kind of fishery, though those conversations would have to be had before they could be authorized and concurred with NIMS. But we definitely can talk with them and see what's possible, though can't promise what is at this point.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, I kind of already went down this road, and we can ask National Marine Fisheries Service for something. We're not going to tell them. We can ask. And I was interested in their response to the department when they conferred with National Marine Fisheries Service, who must ultimately authorize the fishery. They confirmed it does not meet the criteria. They didn't say it does not meet the criteria and we can't approve a fishery. They just said, I think they know also that the criteria, the bar is probably a little too high. I have a motion to make a secondary motion. I think first, talking to staff, we should probably approve the motion on the books, and then I could make another motion for your consideration.
Before you do that, could we hear from
Sure.
Vice Chair Hatfield?
Yeah, absolutely.
I can get a part of the
And
same
one other
discussion.
thing, I guess I would ask this question too. If we had an updated model and criteria using current data that monitors adult spawners and juveniles, that would show, it would probably show the LC Basin is consistently at or near full seeding as are the other mid-coast basins. Would you agree to that?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, I think that in general over the last, but I would I think it would really depend on the time frame you're looking at, because we did have a pretty severe downturn in the mid teens.
Yeah,
So
talking about
yeah,
recent.
in very recent times, yes, I would say that we've definitely been, as a biologist, the full seeding concept is a very slippery one. And so really we need to think about just how these populations are performing and look at them in a modern fisheries management context, and not this outdated model from 1998 that was really based on the best information that was available at the time, but is not what we have available now.
I read a bunch of these reports, and some of the interesting were like, if the the actual spawner numbers are down, actually you will have more smolts from fewer spawners, where you might have fewer smolts from more spawners, so it kind of, they adjust to the habitat that's available.
Yes, so on this issue, Director Colbert, I think we fiddled around and did something like this last year somewhere.
Report on the, right?
And I think one of the things we're trying to be respectful of is staff time and what we can take on. And I think when we did that last year somewhere on something like this, we asked respectfully, is there time for staff to do this? And then I think rather than making a motion, we just suggested that staff run this by National Marine Fisheries and then get back. Is that what happened?
I think there's been a couple different scenarios, and this is more along the lines of a slightly different scenario.
Okay.
What we would really prefer is that you adopt what we're proposing, so that we have certainty and don't have to come back to you, but we know when we leave here, we have one set of regulations. And then, kind of like you did last time, you do a second motion, says, try to do this adjustment with NIMS. If they approve it, go with that. If they don't approve it, you still have a set of regulations for anglers to, have certainty.
Right. Okay. So you do want a motion.
I think that would be the best. Yes. Yeah.
Staff time.
And it's all subject to whether NIMS would approve it.
I appreciate the help on the sixes low flow at that permanent rule and clarifying that. I think the department is doing more and more of these, identifying what to do if there is a low flow. We did it in the Columbia, we're doing it in the sixes, we're doing it elsewhere. Ditto with the cold water refuges and that sort of thing. So thank you on that. I think that was it. So let's go ahead. I think somebody's ready to make a motion.
Yeah, I'll make the motion first. I move to adopt the staff recommendation and amend OAR chapter 635 013, divisions 013, 014, and 016 as proposed by staff in attachment 3.
Second.
It's been moved and thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt the staff recommendation and amend OAR chapter 635 divisions 013, 014, and 016 as was just read into the record. Let's do a thumb vote on this one if we can, please. Thank you. It's unanimous. Michelle, do you need the additional direction?
And I think then there would be a second motion.
Second
Okay,
motion.
the second
Okay.
motion. And I kind of ran this by staff for some help with the motion here. To direct department staff to ask National Marine Fisheries Service to approve an LC Basin wild coho fishery designed so that we will remain below the designated exploitation rate, and ideally a minimum of 30 open days with a 1 in 3 bag limit.
Second.
Could you hand me that piece of
Yeah.
paper, please? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to direct staff to ask NIMS to approve on the LC Basin wild coho fishery designed so that we will remain below the designated exploitation rate as was just read into the record. Those in favor? Thumb vote on this one, please. Unanimous, that one passes and we will take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Before we get a break, just really quickly, I'm sorry to embarrass you, Cassie, but, what's that? Okay. I, Cassie has been with ODFW for 4 years now, and I'm sad to say that she is going to be returning to her home state of Maine. She has been outstanding, just tremendous asset in our ocean salmon modeling and management program. And she also recently really took on a big lift of trying to streamline how we do these particular regulations. And so I just want to acknowledge all of your work and wish you the best. And thank you for all of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you. Appreciate it. And good luck. 5 minutes, people, and be back because we have a bunch more to do in 1 hour. So be back in 5 minutes. Oh, like. in terms of time. So could we go to Exhibit E, Commercial Coastal Pelagic Species Fisheries Rule Amendment? And Lynn is listed, but she's online. Okay. Lynn, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you all hear me okay?
Please go ahead and start, and we'll go right through these last few items.
Roger. Well, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Commissioners, and Director Colbert. Was there something I was missing?
Nope. Go for it.
Okay. I heard Director Colbert's voice. I'm with the Marine Program in Newport, and I'm here today to talk to you virtually about the 26-27 Pacific Sardine Fishery. Next slide, please. The task for you all today is to adopt the federal rules into state rules for the Pacific Sardine Fishery for the 26-27 fishing season, which is July 1, 2026 to June 30, 2027. Next. Since we do have a couple of new commissioners since this exhibit last year, I wanted to begin with just a hint of biology and distribution of Pacific sardine. They are a forage fish that gets to be 12 to 15 inches long and feeds on plankton. They have a 6 to 13 year lifespan, reaching reproductive age at 1 to 2 years. The part of the stock being considered today is what is currently designated as the northern subpopulation, which I'll speak to more in a few slides. And this northern subpopulation ranges from northern Mexico to southeast Alaska and from shore to 300 nautical miles offshore. Next. The abundance of sardine fluctuates annually and is primarily driven by ocean conditions. The graph on this slide from a paper published in 1992 shows the estimated biomass by year for the last 1,700 years prior to 1992. In the box, highlighted the orange-brown box, you can see that a peak followed by a smaller secondary peak in the first half of the 20th century, with a decreasing biomass for the latter half of the century. Next, please. On the science and management, off the U.S. West Coast, Pacific sardine are included in the Coastal Pelagic Species, or CPS, Fishery Management Plan by the Pacific Fishery Management Council and managed by the National Marine Fisheries Service. The stock is assessed on a regular schedule with scientific surveys along the entire U.S. West Coast, providing data to inform the assessment. The maps on this slide show the vessels used and sampling locations for the most recent year of data collection. So as you can see from the track lines, the survey is comprehensive along the U.S. West Coast, and the survey has been using a combination of the NOAA white boat fleet on the left and chartered commercial fishing vessels on the right to collect data. Next. So due to the federal government shutdown in the fall of 2025 and NIFS prioritizing and analyzing some new survey methodology, a new full benchmark assessment was not conducted to inform the 26-27 season. Instead, the Pacific Council's Scientific and Statistical Committee, which ODFW has membership on, determined that the 2025 update assessment could be used in determining the harvest limits for the 26-27 season with minimal conservation risk. An update assessment is sort of a diet assessment. All the data is updated to include the most recent years possible, but the overall structure of the model remains the same. The graphs on the left side of this slide show the estimated biomass from the 2024 benchmark and the 2025 update assessments. You can see there was an uptick in biomass in 2020 and 2021 and has decreased and leveled off in subsequent years. The lower graph is a close-up of the section of the top graph to show details of recent years. I do want to note on new survey methodology. NOAA Fisheries has been working with industry members to design a new net that can be utilized for both CPS and Pacific whiting surveys. This creates a lot of financial, time, and carbon footprint efficiencies for NOAA Fisheries by being able to do both surveys on the same vessel and trip, rather than having to switch out nets and do separate trips. Modernizing survey methodology and making surveys more efficient has been a priority for NOAA Science Centers for several years and has become more important as federal budgets and staff have been restructured. Next, please. At the April 2026 Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting, based on recommendations from the Scientific and Statistical Committee, the council did adopt harvest specifications for 26-27, and these include the overfishing limit, the acceptable biological catch, the annual catch limit, and annual catch target. The OFL, ABC, and ACL are all required under the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act. An ACT is a voluntary or discretionary level that can be used as a precautionary management measure to set a harvest target below the ACL. If an ACT is reached, it can trigger additional accountability or management measures to keep the overall catch below the ACL and thus prevent overfishing. Council discussion was also informed by industry and management bodies, as well as by public comment. Next, please. The update assessment from 2025 produced an estimated overall stock biomass of the northern subpopulation of 30,158 metric tons for 2026. This results in an OFL, or overfishing limit, of 4,642 metric tons, ABC of 3,613, and an ACL of 2,200 metric tons. And then the council did also adopt an ACT of 2,100 metric tons for the 26-27 season. Next, please. The harvest control rule for sardine outlined in the CPS FMP specifies that there will be no directed or target fishery when the estimated biomass is less than 150,000 metric tons, which is the case this year at a little over 38,000. The FMP does allow for limited harvest in a live bait fishery, which occurs primarily off Southern California, other minor directed CPS fisheries, and incidental catch in other fisheries such as the Pacific whiting fishery. Next, please. In April, the council adopted accountability measures to keep total harvest below that ACT and ACL. There will be an incidental landing limit in all CPS fisheries of 20% of the total catch. And if the 2,100 metric ton ACT is attained, then a 1 metric ton per trip limit of sardines will be applied to all CPS fisheries. And finally, there is an allowance of 2 metric tons per landing for all non-CPS fisheries, such as groundfish or Pacific whiting, until that ACL is reached. These limits are intended to allow non-sardine fisheries to operate while still limiting bycatch. Next, please. So back to that northern subpopulation thing I mentioned a few slides ago. At the April 2026 meeting, the council did begin the process of re-examining how the Pacific sardine stock is defined off the west coast of the US and Mexico. The map on the right shows how the stock has been defined since the early 2000s, with yellow being the southern subpopulation, blue being the northern subpopulation, and green a mixing of the subpopulation. However, new research indicates that instead of distinct subpopulations, the sardine population off the West Coast may be one big mixed stock. This is based on new genetic information, new life history characteristics, as well as literature searches and re-examining catch records. If the stock is ultimately defined as one large stock, then the federal management framework will need to change, and there will likely be some significant changes, management changes, possibly as early as 27, 28, but that's likely a bit optimistic, so likely later than that. Next, please. Go ahead, next, please. I had two versions of basically the same information, and I forgot to delete one. So I'm hopefully saving a little bit of time there. Your action today is to adopt the federal regulations for the 26-27 Pacific sardine fishing seasons into our state regulations. Thank you for the next, please. Thank you for the time. I will do my best to answer questions. And real quickly, I also want to thank Cassie Lehman. She has been a huge force for Oregon salmon fisheries at the Pacific Council level, and I will miss working with her greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. We do have one question. Commissioner Spell, is that part? Go ahead.
So Lynn, just a very quick question. In the year 300, there was probably indigenous tribes along our coast, and we're estimating the sardine population then. How the heck do we know what the population was in the year 300?
Through the chair, Commissioner Labhart, I was suspecting that question may come up. Was not able to track down that research paper, but it's my understanding it uses scales and otoliths collected from what is essentially fire pits or garbage dumps from the Native American tribes. And it's also scales and otoliths, ear bones from sediments, but it's a combination of what got left in the dirt over the years.
Archaeological data. Thank you.
No problem.
Seeing, go ahead, Vice Chair, if you will.
Public comment.
There is no public comment.
Make a motion. Move to adopt the federal regulations by reference as shown in attachment 3 for Pacific sardine fisheries for 2026-27.
Second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You want to turn your microphone on?
Commissioner Halder-Freeze, are you there online?
Yes, and I also vote yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Michelle. Motion passes, and we will go to item F, Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. So is Reva still here? Yes. Go ahead and introduce this one and jump right in, if you will, Reva. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the commission. Thanks for taking the time today to let me speak about Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund. I'm Reva Gilman, OCRF Grant Coordinator. With me is Sarah Reif, Habitat Division Administrator, and we'll try to make this quick for you guys. Today, the Advisory Committee is seeking commission approval to fund 19 projects selected from our most recent request for proposals. The OCRF was created in 2019 within ODFW as a way for Oregonians to support a very broad range of conservation and outdoor recreation efforts throughout the state. The Advisory Committee always seeks to make diverse expenditures in each funding round. For this competitive round of funding, OCRF received a total of 90 project proposals. Projects are reviewed and scored using established criteria. Each project proposal was reviewed by technical reviewers from ODFW staff and, of course, OCRF Advisory Committee members. Now we'll go into a little bit more depth on the recommended projects. I can figure that out. Oops. Oh no, it's very touchy. Thanks, Sarah. The 19 recommended projects represent a diverse portfolio. They encompass almost all ecoregions of Oregon, are diverse in their taxonomy, representation of program priorities, and partner engagement. They also engage underserved groups who have not traditionally participated in conservation issues or outdoor recreation in the past. These projects will benefit swamp species of greatest conservation need, such as native eelgrass, gray whale, Olympia oysters, western bumblebee, northwestern pond turtle, coho and chinook salmon, Mazama newt, and Pacific brook lamprey. I'd just like to highlight a few projects in this round that should have high impacts for the state. Sensitive species, including an OSU project to assess gray whale health for improved management, an Oregon Zoo project that'll be taking action to save the imperiled Mazama newt. There was also strategic focus on outdoor equity and providing access to the outdoors to underrepresented groups. Here are just a few that OCRF is proud to fund in this round, both going to new grantees of the OCRF. The Aves Compartidas project, engaging underserved youth in bilingual wildlife education and habitat stewardship. This project's led by Ecology in Classrooms and Outdoors. and a revival of the McClack's Paddle Project that reconnects Indigenous youth and families to their ancestral waterways through paddle sports across the Klamath Basin. In your commission packet is attachment 3, summarizing all of the project abstracts that we received, and attachment 2 lists the 19 projects recommended for funding from this round. The committee was unanimous in their approval. The project selected advance the goals of the SWAP and our strategic initiative of Everyone Belongs Outdoors. One of OCRF goals is to engage new and diverse applicants. I'm also happy to report that well over half of the selected projects are new grantees for the OCRF program. Staff recommendation is to approve the selected projects totaling $436,297 as recommended by the Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee. With the funding of these projects, OCRF will continue to promote science-focused conservation and research, as well as outdoor equity and access. I'd like to thank all of you for your time after a long day, and of course, the OCRF Advisory Committee and chairs for their continued dedication to the program. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, are there questions? Commissioner Morrison and then Moldal.
Well, I do have a question, but I just want to start by reiterating what we heard Commissioner Labhart say earlier today, that this is a fantastic program and it's amazing the number of applicants that you're receiving. 90 applicants, tremendous range of groups that are reaching out. Love what you just said about 50% of them being new this year. That's incredible. So great to see. The question I have comes back to the budget package, which is going to bring $3.4 million to this over the biennium. What I didn't see in the package was those 90 projects that came in this year. What was the total requested amount? And just clearly what I'm getting at is we may need even more money than 3.4 million for this.
A great question. Thank you, Chair, Commissioner Morrison. The total requested funds was $2,086,244.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're getting more money into it. It's wonderful. And thank you for your work on this.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Moldal.
Just real quickly, I want to echo Commissioner Morrison's same question, but also after the recipients receive the funds, is there a reporting requirement? How do we learn from these projects? Where does the public find the results? What are we taking away?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. They have reporting requirements of quarterly progress reports and a final report that gets posted publicly on our website, where we post their final reporting and then photos or videos from the projects themselves.
Great, thank you.
And we are working on updating a story map to add to that, which is going to be a visual of all the projects on a map that you can scroll through and see across the board, across the state, what we funded.
Each meeting had presentations from some of them. So, yeah.
That's great news. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde.
Do you mind if I make a motion?
Go right ahead.
And the term is mucklucks for Klamath tribes, or that area, mucklucks. But that's hard, it's just, I've just heard it so many times. Okay. I move to approve the 19 projects recommended for funding by Oregon Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee as described in attachment 2.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the 19 projects recommended for funding by Oregon Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee, as was just read into the record, and we'll do this by voice vote. So we also pick up Commissioner Hall DeFries.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Hall DeFries,
Yes.
Modal,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you both and congratulations. This is great.
Thank you.
Exhibit G then we'll move on to, which is Marty Olson talking about restoration and enhancement funding approval. Marty, can you hear it? Go ahead.
Yes, I can. Sorry, I was just loading up my slide there.
Did that pop up on the screen? Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, and members of the commission. Director Colbert, thank you all for staying and for having me today and making time. It's good to see you all today. For the record, my name is Marty Olson. I'm the R&E and STEP Program Coordinator for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm here today with one item for your consideration. Oops. There we go. So the one item that I'm bringing forward today for your consideration is the approval of $42,291 of R&E funding for 3 projects that will benefit anglers across the state. Each of these 3 projects were reviewed by the R&E board at their last meeting that was held on March 5th. And at that meeting, the board voted to make the recommendation to fund each of these 3 projects. R&E meetings are public meetings, and during the meeting, there were no public comments that were brought forward on any of those 3 projects. The 3 projects that have been recommended by the R&E Board for funding are the Whetstone Creek Large Wood Project, which is a habitat restoration project that benefits winter steelhead in the upper Rogue River Basin, and the total ask for that project is $25,000. The next project is a Phillips Reservoir Tiger Muskellunge Pike Net Project, and that's a research and monitoring project that benefits warm water fisheries in Northeast Oregon. The total ask on that project is $13,291. And then the third project is a new egg counter for the Gardner Reed Sport Winchester-based STEP facility. And basically that provides some new hatchery technology at the GRWB STEP facility that's located near Reedsport on the Oregon coast. The total ask for that project is $4,000. There's a summary of each project in the commission packet. I think it's attachment 3, I believe. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about any of the projects. If there's no questions, I've prepared a staff recommendation for your consideration, and I can bring that up on the next slide.
Please bring it up in any case, Marty, if you will. We do have a couple questions. Commissioner
Of course,
Morrison.
certainly.
And then Commissioner Labhart.
Okay.
So thank you. I really appreciate that presentation. I guess my question really is only the 3 projects that came in, is that pretty typical of what we'd see in a grant cycle or award cycle, or is that lower than what we would normally see? And if it's lower, any guess as to why?
Yes, Chair Wall, Commissioner Morrison, thank you for the question. So certainly we didn't get the applications that came in like Riva had. We only had the 3. That's maybe a little bit low. Certainly I'm not concerned about that. I mean, we do see our application volume fluctuate between cycles. So no particular reason why we only had 3 that I know of. I mean, we do our outreach, and people are familiar with our 4 cycles per biennium. So I think it was just I don't want to call it low interest. We just didn't receive a bunch of applications in cycle 3 is all.
The weather was too nice this spring, so people were outdoors.
Something, I don't know for sure. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart.
Yeah, Martin, the Whetstone Creek project, there was a no vote. Can you explain what the person had issue with that project?
Sure, Chair Wall, and Commissioner Labhart, thank you for the question. So there was the no vote on the habitat project, and honestly, I do not know the answer of why the R&E board member chose to vote no on that. They did not give a reason at the meeting, so I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Marty, just one more quick question.
Sure.
How much do we have left after this?
Yeah. So
How
if
much
all
funding?
I'm sorry, Chair Wall. Yes, Chair Wall. Thank you. So if all of the projects are funded today, it will leave about $200,000 for cycle 4. And along with that, it still leaves a strong reserve balance of approximately $900,000 that we could roll into next biennium. If we spent all of that, we would go over our limitation amount that is set for us. So we'd have about $200,000 to $250,000 for cycle 4.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Do I hear I see no more questions. Is there a motion on this one, please?
I I move that we approve the projects recommended by the Restoration and Enhancement Board as set forth on attachment 2.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the projects recommended by the R&E board as just read into the record. Could we do a voice vote, Michelle?
Morrison,
Yes.
Modal,
Yes.
Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
Spellbrink, Laphart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes, motion is unanimous or passed unanimously. Thank you. And we'll move on to Exhibit H.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Marty. Hey, I think Travis, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Just getting my presentation up.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, Director Colbert. For the record, I'm Travis Schultz, the Access and Habitat Coordinator. I have 2 issues for you today. First up is the 5 A&H board recommended projects. These 5 projects, 4 of them are renewals that used to be in the federally funded Open Fields program. So under the previous VPA HIP grant through the NRCS. The new project is, excuse me, is Nichols Access Area. They're outside of Lexington. That project used to be part of the UCAP program, but dropped out a number of years ago, and through dedicated effort of the local Heppner Wildlife District was able to get them back in. Bunker Hill Access, Bunker Hill is a by permission hunting primarily for upland game birds. 4 Mile Access is primarily for goose hunting because it's pretty close to the Carty Reservoir for Carty Generating Station. So there's a lot of geese that are available. Social Ridge Access Area added additional acres. It's one of the most popular access areas in the Columbia Basin. Has pretty, for the area, decent deer hunting, holds a lot of birds, primarily huns and chukar. And is one of our more popular. Going back to Nichols Lane, that's one of the few that does hold pheasant really consistently. So historically, it was very popular. We anticipate it being very popular as well, also because it provides deer hunting in an area that does not have much for access. The Weyerhaeuser Access Area was also a federally funded project, and it maintains 173,000 acres of access, pretty close to, over here on the west side, close to major population centers for the state, and has the units that have large general seasons in them. So very important for the department's R3 goals. The staff recommend approving these 5 projects for funding. I can stop here for commission action, or I can continue on to the second issue, which is the appointment of a chair.
Travis, let's stop there and do this one, and then we'll go right into the chair if you could. So are there any questions, commissioners? I have one quick one. Why do we not have any fees on fallow land if they're providing access?
Excellent question, Chair Wall. We don't provide funding for fallow land because it's either chemically fallow or dry, so there's no seed, there's no food. Even if they leave stubble, it's only 3 or 4 inches high. It just doesn't hold much. If there's something running across, you can access it, but it's not something we pay for because it doesn't hold wildlife well.
Thank you. That helps. Commissioners, seeing no other questions, is there a motion on the projects, the 5 projects?
I move to approve the 5 projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat Board.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the 5 projects recommended for funding by the A&H board. Michelle, will you call the roll?
Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Laphart,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Modal,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes, thank you. It passes unanimously. Let's go to the second issue, if you will, Travis.
Okay. The department received 3 applications by the deadline for the A&H board chair, Nick Calero, who is a current board member. He's a hunter representative on the state board and has significant leadership experience with the Pew's Charitable Trusts. Tim Campbell is the current chair of the Northwest A&H Regional Advisory Council, and he has extensive leadership with hunting organizations, including OHA and RMEF. Jim Clore would be new to the A&H program. He's a member of multiple conservation and sporting organizations, as well as organizes youth events. The department recommends appointing Nick Calero to serve out his second 4-year term as chair. Any questions?
We do have one question, Commissioner Labhart.
Yes, Amy Patrick, did you just term out as chair of the A&H board? Just think we can all thank you for your service. Thank you for your public representative on the A&H board. Thank you for your chairmanship. So appreciate it.
Yeah.
I move to appoint Nick Calero to serve his second 4-year term as chair on the Access and Habitat Board.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Nick Calero to serve his second 4-year term as chair on the Access and Habitat Board. Let's do a voice vote on this one if we could.
Morrison,
Yes.
Modal,
Yes.
or Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes, and we probably owe a big thanks to everybody that serves on these boards. It's a lot of time and work and we need it. So thank you. And thank you to you, Travis. So would you like to go right on to your next exhibit, which is I?
Yes, I will.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item before the commission today is the 2027 Oregon Big Game Auction and Raffle tag allocations. 2026 auction tags were slightly below what they were last year, which was our record year, with the exception of elk. Elk was up, but the rest were all slightly down. Overall, it came in pretty close to being to last year's record, and the second best is still best by quite a large margin. The raffle was pretty impressive. We've never had more people enter into the raffle than last year. It came very close to being the all-time record for A&H. The deer and elk tag and the combination tag were all up. It's the best raffle revenue year on record for the A&H program. Pronghorn came very close to breaking a record, but fell within about $2,500 from exceeding what its previous record was. And then the two more volatile tags, the bighorn sheep and the goat tag, were both significantly down. But bighorn sheep especially is very volatile, depending on, if you're willing to spend $400,000 or more for a bighorn sheep tag, you're willing to go into the raffle by $100,000 pretty easily. So it can be very volatile depending on those really large buyers. For 2027, there are no changes to the auction and raffle tags. We don't feel anything's broke, so we don't want to fix anything. And it is a very important funding piece for all of our programs for conservation work on bighorn sheep, Rocky Mountain goat, and pronghorn. And auction and raffle tags make up about 60% of the A&H program's budget. So with that, the staff and the A&H board recommend approving the 2027 big game auction and raffle tags as proposed. Any questions?
I think you've achieved another record. There are no questions. And so do we have a motion?
I'm going to say something and then make a motion. How's
Okay,
that sound?
that sounds great.
Just outstanding work and a lot of thanks for the people that are doing these raffles and buying at these auctions. It's an incredible amount of funding coming in. So thank you. I move to approve the 2027 auction and raffle big game tag allocation as proposed by staff and the A&H board and shown in attachments 2 and 3.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the 2027 auction and raffle big game tag allocations as was just read into the record. Michelle, would you do a voice on this one?
Modal.
Yeah.
Paul DeFreeze,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you, Travis, for once again hanging with us all day long to give your reports. We appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
yay. Thank you. I believe we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for staying
Thank you.
for this day.
What a remarkable